Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. After a great last stream, let's try and amp it up a little this time around. Today, we sit in Fort Worth, Texas at FedEx um, Airlines regional hub for the central states, I guess it would be. I'd have to look it totally up and find out. But anyway, it's a regional hub, meaning they have a sort, and then some of the littler airplanes fly out, plus some of the 57s and whatever shows up, head back to where they came from or continue on. But it's another area where they do sorting to help kind of ease everything going on. We're in Fort Worth, Texas, not Dallas, Fort Worth. Uh, Perot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but basically Perot Field uh, out in Fort Worth. We're headed to California, Burbank to be exact. Now, today there is no scheduled cargo carrier operations there. Now, there may be some of the smaller aircraft like your Cessna 208s. Trying to think of some of the others, Beech 99s and sort that go in and out of there. But as for the big guys, UPS, FedEx. Not 100% sure though about Amazon. I'll explain. We'll kind of explain that here in a second. They do not bring the heavy armor in there. Amazon might, being there is an Amazon warehouse right almost on property. So that I cannot confirm. Our authoritative source of information, Wiki, well, it doesn't have much to say other than nothing for cargo. Well, we're going to change things up today. Burbank is actually a scheduled flight with FedEx Express Virtual. However, as the caveat was just given, there really isn't any scheduled operations. So I hope you enjoy it after all of that. I'm a little exhausted now. I think I need to take a nap. No, just kidding. We'll do that in flight. No, oh, did I say that out loud? All right, we're in the Flight Factor 757 yet again. It's a good airplane. I kind of like it. I like the checklist. There's a lot to this plane to like. Yeah, and there are some things to go, that's not right. That's not right. Probably. I don't know many of them. I know a couple here and there. And of course, there with Flight Factor will be quirks. And we'll get into one. Well, pretty quick here. So sit back, relax. We are at Fort Worth, Texas, headed to Burbank, California in the Flight Factor 757. All right, now, one of the things that gets under some people's skin out there is what's needed to load. All right, I'm going to kind of head up top here. You got to have, okay, let me pull it in. You can go to plugins and get it here and then select what you want, or you can get it from either side of the cockpit. There's an EFB in there. All right, so what is needed to load this aircraft is, it gets some people a little upset. This and the 767. I wouldn't be surprised if other aircraft of theirs, same thing. You got to have the staircase. Unfortunately, we cannot tie it. Well, we could tie into a gate, but really would look kind of weird. But it's potentially out there at a couple of hubs. Chocks, that's optional. Okay, you don't have to chalk the plane. Go figure that one. Luggage loaders. Okay, now what's a luggage loader? That is this little guy here and over here, and you get this as a benefit. The GPU, also optional. Fuel truck, you kind of saw it. Way over there. It looks a lot better than one of their other aircraft. A whole lot better. Felt like we were up in Russia or North Korea with that kind of a refuel unit. But you got to have the fuel truck to put fuel in it. You have to have the loader unit right here. Now the ACU, that too, optional. Now, before I get going, the fact that you don't need the ground power means you have to have some kind of auxiliary power introduced to the aircraft, be it ground power unit or the APU. Now, in the days of high fuel prices, of course, they're going to opt for the ground power unit. It costs a whole lot less than even the APU in the back. One other tip I'll throw out to you. Once you have all of these selected, you see it, also don't forget, go to the airplane and open the doors. Can't put the cargo and the people in if the doors are closed. Sergeant Yash, welcome aboard. You're not connected to X-Pilot. You're correct. I haven't done that yet. Oh. We're getting to that. So those are what's needed to get the plane loaded in Flight Factor. This includes pretty much their entire fleet. Now, I can't speak for the 777. I don't have it. So you all would have to investigate that on your own. One other big quirk with this plane, and it took some reading to find this. I'm going to go back to the cockpit scene real quick. Your checklist is going to say turn on your load limiters. Only the Rolls-Royce version has this. Also, only the Rolls-Royce version has the electric engine controllers. If you're in the Pratt & Whitney, you will not see these. You may see blank switches or blanks where they should be, but they do not function. One other little tip, I'm going to get rid of this because this one's fun to find, is the PTU, the Power Transfer Unit. I have never heard of this, but I knew this panel existed. It even exists in the 767, however, the PTU does not. Okay, look at all of this stuff over here. Bet you didn't know that was here. Yeah, they're all right here, including your PTU. Just make sure it's guarded and closed and off. With it guarded, it should be off. How about that? All right, so with all of that said and done, now let's get into the really, really big one. And like I said, you could get the EFB from here, or if you're a flight engineer pilot, I lied, it's not over there. Okay, so it's over here. Oh, I knew I forgot a light switch to turn up. Pull it up. Go to ops, ground. We're going to load the aircraft. Loading this aircraft is a little different. One thing you can do to learn real quick, it's 3,850, by the way, pounds per pallet you load. So if you put 12 in here, you're putting in 12 pallets, each weighing 3,850 pounds. Yes, that makes it a little difficult to match up with SimBrief. Just do your best. Here's the technique I use. Okay, when I first come in, zero out pallet number, cargo weight. We'll talk about what I use cargo weight for. And I think the manuals even bring this up. Okay, you got your zero fuel weight, ZFW, right here. Go to your SimBrief. Do it one of two ways. you could subtract the zero fuel weight that's in SimBrief minus that number and put your pallets in. The other way would be take the payload number in SimBrief, divide it by 3850. I'm going to be doing that. So because I think I forgot something to do something, and I'm seeing the reason why I should have. All right, 48510 divide by 3850. 12 pallets. Do not worry about the decimal. All right. Yeah, I kind of figured we're about, nearly 15,000 pounds different. Now, you could leave that, or you could bring it up a little bit. Put about 600 pounds in. How about that? Okay. Now, what I would do, well, let me do it this way. Okay, once I have this number, subtract the zero fuel weight again in the load sheet on SimBrief from your zero fuel weight now after 12 pallets, and then that number should go there. Now, if it's higher than 3850, which in my case it is, then you are going to need another pallet. So, just so you know, we'll put 1,000. We'll play nice. Okay, so now that brought us up to a gross weight of 176,508, which, by the way, is still not equal to our zero fuel weight in SimBrief. That's because the numbers don't match up. What the plane says versus what SimBrief has. And that's kind of odd. This plane has been around, I've heard, as far back as X-Plane 10. So why SimBrief couldn't get the numbers right, I don't know. But you can go in, when you save an airframe, go in, change some things to make them match. I just haven't. I keep forgetting. All right, now fuel weight. Fuel for this flight will be 29825. Enter. All right, so now we're set, except two steps. One, always perform maintenance. It'll tell you it's been performed. And optimize your CG. Always want to do that. And then load. That'll put your fuel on, your cargo. If you're in the passenger version, the passenger. By the way, what you do here in the cargo does not apply in the passenger version. People, whatever the standard weight is there, there's no trouble going with the passengers. It's always the cargo planes. All right, and with that, we're ready to kick this off while that's loading. Now, how do you know when it's full? Two ways. You can hear the noise in the background. If it stops for a pretty good amount of time, you're probably done. You can also go up here. And if your fuel is 29, in our case, 29.8 or thereabouts, you're done. There is one other way. Plugins, ground, it tells you it's loading. That'll go away. All right, with that, let's get going. I know, a lot of little things, and the 767 has many of these quirks, just some bigger numbers involved. All right, now, since the APU is off, we're going to go ahead and start the alignment. Align, align, align. I always suggest putting the display selector to heading. In the 737, I believe it says headings/STS, and it's what it's going to do when it shows the line is how many minutes. So if you're always curious, well, how long is it going to take to align? Right there. Then move them to nav, nav, and nav. And you all know what that was. The other thing you're going to want to do, and yeah, it'll tell you along the way, you want your um, two radios, pull your speaker buttons up so they're lit up, turned up. Turn them up. 22.8, okay, 21.5's good. And then activate your ILS frequency. And for now, we'll hold. And turn on. And that gets X-Pilot ready. We're going to connect because Sergeant Yash nicely pointed out we're not up there yet. Correct. Oop, wrong one. 811. And we are a B757. Oh, got to take your hand off the shift key. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Aircraft doesn't match. Oh, it's right. It's right. Hang on. I know what I did. 752. Technically took it. There we go. All right, we are going to have a squawk code of 3405. By the way, hear that quiet? That's what I meant. You may or may not have heard it. I've kind of got the volume down a little bit. Oh, where'd it go? 3405. Good. Set. Ready to go. We're squawking normal. Everyone's happy. Are they really? All right. Continuing on with the FMCs. All right. Let's verify. Click FMS. By the way, wait. Back up. What settings? Okay. Now, original PIP. This is where you would change this. What'll happen? I'm going to do it this way. Stand by. Click here. Come over here. Okay. This is how the PIP looks. When you click position it, you'll get your normal stuff where you could come down here if the GPSs were showing and all. Otherwise, it's a quicker. Oop. Hang on, we're just getting into it right here. KBUR. All right. So there's one other place you'll notice the difference between PIP and original. It basically just shortens what you do. With PIP, you do what you're used to seeing on it. And it took me a while to figure that one out. So be thankful you have me around. FW, KBUR, B and a U and an R. Also, this guy has done this so many times. Make sure you click, if you're doing a company route area, otherwise, you know what it says? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, legs. There we go. All right, back to route. Okay, let's bring in Elevatech real quick here so we can see the numbers that are going to be used today. This is not like Tolus where I could actually pull up. I'm on your right. Oh, are you? Oh, hang on. Let's take a look out here. Oh, look at that. We have Delta sitting down there in a good old 8. Is that A3 300 or 330? Looks like a 330 by the length. Very cool. Sergeant Yash joining us. All three. I'll have to take your word for it because model matching deal didn't match it right. Yeah, it's not even close. That's okay. Model matching in VATSIM, it takes a lot to make it right. And I really don't. It doesn't bother me. The fun one, though, I have a friend who loves to fly a Hawker or something, and it always either shows up as a Learjet or a Falcon. And then when he switches to a Learjet or a Falcon, it shows up as a Hawker. Yeah, I'm in a 7. It's a little, you know, welcome to model matching. Yeah, I'm a 737 to him. Gotta love it. I don't know how that changes, but, you know, it does somehow. All right. Let's get our departure. Go here. Sim brief. Oh, the 16s. What do we got for say intentions is not being very polite. So what I'm going to do, hang on. I'm going to utilize our little program here, Elevatech. All right. I don't think Burbank has D-ATIS capability. Well, I'll be doggone. It does. Okay. That's cool to know. All right. I am going to select DFW. Why, you might ask? Well, they're actually staffed. And they are taking off on the 1/8. So guess what? We're staying on the 1/8s or the 1/6s here. Meaning when they say that they're taking off south, they're in south arrivals. So the majority of approach, if they came up in the majority of ATC in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, they're going to want you to go towards the south. Now, that could be very ambiguous with east-west runways, but you get the drift. They're going to want the flow going like DFW so you don't inadvertently cross paths. All right, so that is what we're going to do. And here's our METAR. 220 at 6. Yeah, definitely 16s. 10 miles. And 3001 will get that. Beautiful day here. And again, for those who may just, you know, been on vacation, tuning back in finally. If you scroll down, you can get the CTAF here, Common Traffic Airport Advisories. KAFW 135 150. We'll set that in the estimated top of descent 1,050 miles ahead. Some pretty cool tools right here. But over here on the other side, there's our weather again here. Weather over at Burbank. It's just about 3 hours over there at 1,100 miles. Cost index 10. Flight level 360. Flight, and disregard weights other than this one. We're pretty close to that, 48 8,510. Block fuel, we went with it. Routing is the Botch 2 departure, Brahma, and then Gallagher, Checker, Heber, Fred, and to Thorn for arrival. Currently, the idea is runway 8. That could change. Burbank is notorious for them swinging you around the north and coming in towards the south. So we'll kind of see how they work, because I will guarantee probably, most likely, ATC will be up in the Los Angeles area. Now I can bring up the operating flight plan. It's a lot of information there, folks. But this comes right out of SimBrief. So, and this is the default. If you just hit generate, boom, this is what it does. Unless you set up in your aircraft to read off a different flight plan. Oh, format. All right. So, block fuel. Okay, wait a minute. We're going to have 8.8 for our reserve. Okay. And let's go ahead and close this, close that, and then close it over here. Let's get to work. So we said the botch, well, actually, we want 16 left, correct? I would like, yeah, we'll do 16 left. Botch 2. And I think we said Barma. And execute. Legs. And we are aligned, by the way. Oh, I don't like these. Ugh. Ah, that looks so much better. We'll go to plan. I don't know where we're at. Let me see. Hang on. Okay, I like that. Okay, I can live with that. Oh, actually, I'm going to push that one up a little further. There we go. All right. There we go. I'm like, why are we not where I think I should be? There we go. Demi. And the cool thing is, yeah, you can bring this up and look at it as we go. Now, we come off the runway on vectors, and they're going to vector us to Demi or Botch, and then on we go. So we are flying to Burma. There it is. Okay, so from Botch to Rue to Ruffs to Kaz. And then on to the route. Okay, now we'll just kind of follow it down here, Fred. Oh, back up, back up. Oh, that'll work. We got to put the arrival in. Oh, we'll go to index, Burbank. I'm gonna bring charts in for a second here. Okay, looking at our charts, we're doing the Thorn 4 arrival off Fred, so you can see, you know, we'll just hide all of this. So we'll come in Fred, all these fixes, altitudes and all we'll try to meet till we get to Thorn. Then Circus. Now everyone might be familiar with this if you do a lot of flight simming into Los Angeles International. Circus is one of the initials into the flow into the ILSs and to the approaches. All right, so we're going to end up at Ninid. And like I said, believe it or not, they'll either loop us around or run us right in between this high terrain to the land to the north. All right, so let me bring this back. 8s. Okay, let's look at that. That means we're coming in this way. Now the longer runway is the north-south. We can request 1-5. I don't really know what approach we're going to shoot. So if it were right now, the real world ATIS is saying ILS 8 in use, arriving, departing 8 and 1-5. Land and hold short is in effect for 1-5, so you don't hit them taking off or landing on runway 8, and then you work your way back. There's some unique things about Burbank you'll see when we get there. Gates 1 through 4 advise ground control 10 minutes before pushback. That is because of what we'll fill you in with here soon. All right. And then we got to also watch out for Van Nuys traffic in the eastern traffic pattern. All right. So that's what we're going to do. I think you see what I mean? This is what's going to make it challenging, a 5,800-foot runway. Now, we landed a Citation 10 on it. Little Tonka plane like that, yeah, not a problem. I have landed an Airbus, and I think a 737 on Burbank. So, trying to figure out what I want to do here. Oh, and I actually did the RNAV once too. For now, let's plan the ILS. Let me look at it. We'll plan the ILS Zulu. Trying to figure out where all these transitions are. Fillmore is too far. For now, let's just plan it this way, and we'll run the Thorn 4 off of Fred. That way we can update as needed. So Harbor, let me look at that real quick. So I said Zulu. All right, hang on, I'm just making sure harbor is okay, so Fred can move to there. That's what you're going to begin to look for, and then whoa. All right, so let's press on. Okay, so you can kind of hang on. Okay, so you can see from here it's going to have us drop down on a vector, unless of course controllers run us up and around or along it and turn us in. Problem when you run us along it is, of course, guess what's on that route below us? Hang on, I'll help you out. Good old LAX. So if you run us here, you're catching traffic going this way to funnel in. That's why they go north. Anyway, sorry for the lengthiness there. Let me just make sure everything looks good and put you back. Okay, so that takes care of that for now. We may update if we have a better idea what's going on. We're a long way away, folks. We're 3 hours, so a lot can happen. All right, let's get our zero fuel weight clicked in. I've already forgotten what sim brief. I want to say the number in my head, but I think it's wrong. It would have been close. Okay, altitude 360. Cost index 10. Cruise wind 118. And we'll put 2,000, even though I don't intend to step. Never know if you need it. Go to takeoff, click CG, and then, oh boy, where's my 194. Okay, let me get some numbers here for our departure. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Calculate. All right, we got some numbers here. Let me go ahead and get rid of this for now. Okay, let me go to the next page real quick, put in our runway wind 2206. Slope today is down 0.5. D 0.5. And our temperature 28. Okay, next page. All right, we are going to plan and hopefully follow through on a takeoff 1. However, we are going to assume a temperature of 46, diagonal, DTO1. Okay, we will set that. Currently, flap setting will be a 5. And then let's turn the speeds on. Let's see how close we got. 149, 151, 155. I'm going to go with sim brief. 149 151 and 155. Okay, everything looks good. We'll turn the speeds back off. Pre-flight complete. Open this up, go to legs. All right, now let's get back to the checklist real quick. All right, we've gotten through all of the flight information. Okay, up top here. All dampers on. Switch you back to normal mode. There we go. Left on, right on. Voice reporter panel, noise, lights, cross feeds are ready. Coming on with the EPU. While we're waiting, okay, we're done fueling. We're done loading. Whoop, we need that. We're done there. All right, then we can go to ops, airplane, close, close, close. And I think the APU does a lot better in this plane spooling up than other aircraft. They really, I mean, you could literally blink an eye and they'd be fired up. And we're at 100%. Almost. There we go. Oh. All right. Coming off. Okay, we're down to the last items. Okay, working our way through engine. Okay, we need, today is an even day, so 2. Burbank is at an elevation of, holy mackerel, 778. I would have never guessed that. Okay, and okay, limiter, rams off, pag, hey, everything's looking good. Ignition system 2 because of the even day. Go ahead and turn seatbelts on now. Outflow, auto rates all set, logo lights on. Engine bleeds are on, ready to go. MCP. All right, flight directors on. AT auto throttle off. Speed. Okay. Runway is 160, I think. Oh, 166. And altitude, since we're not PDC'd, what's the botch to call for, if any? No altitude, so guess where we're going? Okay, 35, 150. All right, we're ready to, I think we're ready to go. Just some last minute items. Bank limits, set altitudes. Okay. Clearance logbooks checked. Okay, FMC set. All right, we're ready to close the outer door. We'll go ahead and kick away the chocks.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Let's get this truck moving.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
All right, we're before start check, flight doors closed, locked, passenger signs are on, windows locked, MCP V2. Hang on, MCP. Okay, we're at V2. Heading and altitude set, takeoff
So
speeds.
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
I think we're ready to push it. Fort Worth traffic, FedEx 811 heavy pushing FedEx area, taxi 216 right. Bar with me 1 second. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I'm showing. Alrighty, and get this screen where it needs to be.
Fort Worth traffic, Delta 22, Federal Cover, check please.
Pushing.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Engines. Okay, take it to ground.
By the way, you have Navigraph pulled up on your stream screen. I don't know if you noticed that.
Fort Worth traffic, well, what was that last?
Forward traffic, FedEx, you have Navigraph screen pulled up on your stream.
Oh, thank you. Always,
Downward is on the same time.
always forget it. All right, and we done spooling? Yep, we are. Now the second engine will kick over a lot quicker.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Come on, engine, stabilize quick.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
All right, and by the way, that pushback feature is free in X-Plane. That's just the basics of what it can do, just like the one that comes with X-Plane. However, I could have made it turn me around and then pull me forward if I wanted. I don't know why I would, but some airports, it's pretty tricky. So if you read the pushback procedure. All right, let's see here. We're up and running, so let's get up top. We need the, okay, hydraulics, engine connectors are all on. Okay. Engine bleeds are on, packs coming on. Isolation valve closed, APU bleed closed. And okay, trim flaps. Okay, trim for today is 4. And we're pretty close. We'll get it a little closer. There we go. And cast messages good. Ground cruise clear. Auto brake go to retro. Engine starts to continuous. And we're ready to taxi. -1 step. Check my flight controls. Okay. Okay, we're all set, ready to go. Back to engine. Taxiing. Fort Worth traffic, FedEx 811, taxiing runway 16 left for the for departure. Don't have those words right up in front of me. There we go, botch 2. I was gonna say it, but I wasn't sure. Off we go. On time, pushback. right.
So traffic Delta 220 push lag behind the FedEx. That's taxi. FedEx, what's the initial altitude?
I'm going to be heading up to flight level 360 on the botch 2.
Okay.
Okay, 3001. Wow, they've actually now modeled the prime air stuff over on the south end. Wow. Those little hidden nuggets you don't see X-Plane updating all the time or telling you about. They do update airports, so not necessarily the, really updatable. They've got one coming out with the next update, Farnsboro, sorry. Should have known that by heart. I lived in Dayton, Ohio. Between the two, they would be the #2 air shows in the world, second only to Paris. Depending what year, they would rotate it. And it's some interesting stuff when that air show is on at Dayton, which I would assume Farnsboro's the same way. Oh, excuse me. A lot of money transacts at those as people get hands up close to the what they're looking for in their air defenses or whatever defenses. That was pretty neat to see at Dayton. All right, final checks for takeoff. Make sure we're up, radar on. Okay, Fort Worth traffic, FedEx 811 Heavy departing 16 left, botch 2 departure. Okay, and real quick down here, about right here, there we go.
So traffic, Delta 1222 will land upon the FedEx department.
Oh, I didn't set up for a TO1 departure. Oh well.
Don't sink.
Hey, there's positive rate.
Delta 1222, left up only 16 left. So traffic.
FedEx 811 Heavy out of the area of Fort Worth. Have a great day. Over to Unicom. All right, we're direct botch and climbing like a rocket. Two things this aircraft was well known for: its climb rate and its ability to get off, you know, what you would expect a domestic carrier. 727s, which would have been the closer to compare to it, needed lots of runways, especially hot, humid days. Throw up a density altitude out of Denver, and that's why there's now 12,000 feet there. They want to make sure anything and everything can get off. They needed at least 10,000 feet most of the time. Maybe not eat up 10,000, but for safety, having it. The 757 could do it in half the distance. So, and then climb like a rocket. So, And speaking of which,
Dive.
here comes 10,000 feet.
Dive.
Welcome aboard Pratt PT6. All right, they're being a pain. Yeah, and welcome to what a 757 was known for. They could get up and go. The only problem was ATC limited them. But left to their own devices, they can get up to altitude pretty decently. All right, we're through 12,000 feet for flight level 360. I'm gonna look ahead a little bit. Do we have ATC? Let's find out. No, we right now do not have ATC. Oh, and I think Dallas went down. Yes, they did. Yeah, this is a nice, I mean, I've always liked the 757. Some call it the pencil. And I'll tell you this much, the 757-300 I've seen once or twice in real life. That is just an amazing aircraft. And I'm sure if I saw an A321 for real, never have, I'd say the same things. I went on the aircraft, I forget why I had to at the airport. One, so I could see the cockpit, of course, but there was another reason. And I looked back down the aisleway to the tail inside, and I'm just like, does this plane ever stop? It's incredible how long that 757-300 is. This is the 200 version. It too is quite long, and it looks like a pencil. But that dash 300 version blows your mind away, and I think the A321 could do that too. But oh my gosh, what a long aircraft that was. Kind of reminded me as a kid when I flew on a DC-8. I want to say it was a dash 73 for Delta, but it may not have been. And that thing was long tubed, and kind of reminded me of that. A350, huh? Yeah, it's a good airplane. I liked flying it for flight factor. I just hated some of the things about it that you had to do, the hoops to do this, to do that, and I hope they get those worked out. I liked the seemingly easiness of the A319s through the 20s. Even the A330-900, even though once you get past that hideous overhead, but the A350 I kind of liked. Oh, very cool. Natural and nice in MSFS. Cool. Ooh, we just went through. Now, one thing though, of course, this is one of the older type aircraft. I don't know if the newer ones will have it. You don't have that standard button. You know, the lazy man's way of switching to standard pressure. And I need to click wrong one. There we go. Get traffic over there. TCAS. All right, and we're going to switch out to 40. And I'm going to lower the gate down or the plate down on the radar. And we'll be at top climb here shortly. That's the other thing I don't like about this radar. All right, we are away, folks. Oh, they are going to do a 350 freighter. Oh, that is awesome. I knew there were going to be a lot of challenges for that to happen, and I was wondering how Airbus is. I really am curious how they're going to get around it to be able to put the freight in there because of the carbon floor, unless they're going to put a metal floor in. I know a lot of people were curious how that was going to come about. Wow. Already into production. Cool. Now, the one that would really freak out a lot of people is an A380 freighter. That would freak me out. But the oversize you could put into it, I mean, granted, the Belugas kind of fill that notch, but boy, what you could stick into a 380, that would be interesting. Especially if you got rid of the floor. But you could even keep the floor and double up the freight on it. If they come out with it. They need to do something because that airplane is struggling. It's costs a lot of money to fly that plane. So they need to come up with something for it. But talking with Sergeant Yash, he's on a VATSIM, or actually in chat here, but he's also flying behind us. A350. Okay, let me turn the volume down for you guys here on the plane so you don't lose your eardrums. Me, on the other hand, that's the other complaint I have about the flight factors. I don't like these engine noises. Yes, sir, Sergeant Yash. I don't like these engine noises. I like them on the ground, but once you put them in flight, oh. Now, granted, I know there's nobody sitting on the wing at flight level 360 and with microphones. What do we got here? Wow, a 777-10. I thought the what is it? 777-9? Isn't that the one? They're flight testing quite a bit. Wow, to replace the 380s. Yep. Yeah, the 380s are kind of like the Concorde. Concorde was such a success in the technological advances they did in aircraft, but where it flopped is the $6,000 cost of a seat. You couldn't fly these, you know, and then you throw a 747 at the time in the mix. Obviously, it's cheaper to ride on a 747 than a Concorde. The only difference being you get there 5.5 hours earlier than on a 747. Which, that's kind of hard to explain to people because, yes, the Concorde was a successful aircraft. It just flopped on paper, money-wise. the 380, same thing. Great ideas on paper. Great, 600 people is potential on it. God forbid. Oh, I would not like that. But it drives the seat price down and all of that. But the problem is 4 thirsty engines out on the wings. Best engine sounds out there. Okay, and that would be that's great. Need a 777-1000 and an A380 Neo. I will tell you this much, that would be funny. I mean, that would be hilarious with Neo engines. Oh gosh. Yeah, but the newer 777 is due out on is flight testing quite well. And the sad thing and all of that, Sergeant Yash, I believe the A380, wasn't it the original Neo engine? I think that's what they touted on it. Because didn't it come out at about the same time? The 747-8s? With their quote-quote green engines. Still gobbling down quite a bit of fuel. Oh, they did not. Okay. I thought the two came out roughly around the same time frame. But the 4 engines will still gobble a lot of fuel, especially with the weights. We're getting closer to saving fuel. The wings are going to actually flap in the air to help keep it in the air. I mean, they kind of do now when they get into turbulence, but I mean like a bird. Orb 505's in with certainly brings into focus. Went a long time. They need to replace Air Force One. Air Force One flap like an F-16. I don't think the wings flap on an F-16. God forbid if they do. They might, though. But yeah, there was talk that the 777 was looked at for Air Force One, but I think they went with what they knew in getting the aircraft up and going. With the 3 levels and what they had set up with in the hang on a second, Sergeant Yash, I'll get in there and check. Nope, I don't see. So I think that's why the 747 won out, plus 4 engines over 2. Same with fighters, 2 engines over 1. If you notice, the Navy really refrains until the F-35 from single engine aircraft. But now with the F-35, they have them. So, I mean, that's what makes the A-10 such a superior aircraft. Twin engines on these missions, you don't have to fly supersonic in an F-16. That's why it beats the F-16 in ground pounding, because it's quiet and can loiter a whole lot longer than an F-16. So, anyway, the F-16 wings do flap like crazy. I was surprised. Huh. I'll have to look at some videos on that. But yeah, it's the aviation world is quite interesting when you start digging into it. But I think ultimately the 4 engines helped propel the 747-8 over the 777. Oh yeah, but the A-10, where it outdoes it, 1 is survivability, but 2, loiter. F-16 can't loiter as long as an A-10. They like to play with the burner too much. Oh, I know the F-16 is quite capable, but the A-10 is just I mean, I watched it in 2 different places, and it's just amazing. I was up in Wisconsin, mid to late 80s for an exercise, and you could hear the F-16s coming. Now, granted, they get ahead of their speed a little bit, that helps, but the sound, get ahead of their sound a little bit, but you could hear them coming. The A-10s, you could not. All of a sudden, boom, there's this big rock by an airport, Volk Field, Wisconsin, and this big rock, they call it a mountain. They would come in around, you never heard them coming, and all of a sudden they're on the airfield. It was hilarious. I mean, just unreal to watch how they did that. But then the other time I saw them was in a gun range the military has in those special operating areas, military operating areas. Oh my God. Burp, the burp. Unbelievable. The damage that aircraft does. But the A-10s, like I said, stay on target longer. Yeah, they have power in the F-16s, but survivability, ruggedness of the A-10s are just, oh my God, some of the scenes. I saw some of the aircraft in one of the Desert Storms, we've had, and they come back looking like B-17s and B-24s from World War II. Just unbelievable damage, and you're looking at it going, there's no way that plane could still fly, and it got back to base. Unfortunately, and I have seen the one where the F-15 and I think A-4 collided with the Israelis, and the F-15 made it back to base. So they can survive the newer fighters, but boy, that A-10, unbelievable what it can take. But the F-16s are a formidable, for what they can do. Not trying to discount them. I'm just saying that A-10 for ground support. Whew. Talked to a lot of servicemen. Wow. Said that and the Apache saved their butts more times than not. Still hard to believe they designed the A-10 Just put the 30 millimeter gun on the paper first and then built the plane around it. Amazing. Yeah. You know, I know a lot of the older pilots, or not, I don't know them. I've heard uh, through different conversations, the older pilots really, I mean, they like all the digitalness and all of that that came with that. They liked the fact they could fly their plane. The problem is when they flew from US to Europe to the Middle East, they said, that kind of hurt because we had to hold the stick the whole time, or the autopilot was so basic it was. So when they did get that part of the upgrade, they kind of liked the navigation stuff. But they liked the feel of flying that plane. But yeah, the F-16 is good. I can imagine the complexity that came with it. I know for talking to maintenance crews that came through the airport I worked at, when they did the T-38 trainers from the old, what we'll call analog system to the digital. Oh my God, the problems they had, and kept finding and finding, taking all of those old systems and bringing them into the digital age was a difficult, and still is, and that's why they have a new trainer on, being flight tested. I don't know if it's active or not, but yeah, that was the reason for it. He said it's just trying to put digital on what wasn't digital is hard. I'm starting to get the feeling X-Plane may have a problem with their weather server. I'm going to go check. That could be totally off base, but I had too many clear. Well, we had clouds yesterday. I take that back. Maybe not. I don't see anything on their site. Nope, not seeing anything in the community help. Okay, we just must be in one of those days where it's all clear skies. Let me take a look at one other source. Let's see, VATSIM radar. Well, maybe out by El Paso, up north towards Albuquerque, we may catch a cloud or two. We'll see. But we're having a great time, folks. Welcome aboard service to Burbank, California. Are we just now coming off? Looks like we just did. Just came off the departure out of Fort Worth, and we are on our way to Burbank, flying in the 757 from Flight Factor. Looks like that's, oh, I know why that did that. Okay. I was looking at the destination alternate, and FedEx Express Virtual said it would be Los Angeles. Ends up being Ontario. That's because I didn't take that information into SimBrief from FedEx. I put my own cargo load. They wanted 57,000 pounds in this plane. Pretty sure, I think I could, but I backed off. This is one big workhorse for FedEx. I mean, granted, they all are. But when this took the place of 727s, they really took advantage of all of the benefits it gave the airlines. They could load this thing heavy and fly pretty good distances with it. So another one of those surprise, the freighters made the aircraft better without, oh, there's some clouds out there. Okay. Without a total, reworking the aircraft. They've worked it out with the aircraft. The other big one, as we all know, the MD-11. Passenger planes, or passenger carriers just did not like that plane. A lot of problems. Pilots were reporting to them. Put them out to pasture, the aircraft. The cargo companies gobbled them up at such cheap prices and turned around and figured out how to fly them. And man, they're still going today. Don't know for how much longer, but they are a real heavy workhorse. Unfortunately, UPS retired their fleet after the huge issues surrounding what does this mean? It's not bad problem, but it's a problem somewhat honestly when dropping bombs. Yeah, I get that. But they figuring out how to, many airlines reported this, started to call this a hangar queen, the 757. I don't know fully the reasoning why, other than the fact they were probably braking all over the place, which usually is why. But that's just speculation, not anything out of the airlines. All right. Go for it there, Sergeant Yash. Be right back. But yeah, this, FedEx and cargo carriers have turned this aircraft pretty decently. Delta's still flying them. I'm not sure the other, if United still does. I don't even know if United ever did. And many carriers over in Europe still do. But many of them in the U.S. kind of threw them to the side. But if they're really hangar queens, I don't know. So with that, I am going to kind of sit on the side, enjoy the flight with y'all. Questions, comments, let me know in the chat area. And we're going to cruise on to Burbank. Oh, my nose is just driving me bonkers today. I don't do this very often, but this may help today. I'm going to go ahead, open up, put myself out on Discord if y'all want to come in chat instead of text chat there in the stream. YouTube viewers, I know for you all, you can't really interact much. Just know this, I'm working between 7 and 9 o'clock trying to narrow down what's the easier start time for me to get a stream going on Saturdays. Through the week, trying to schedule a night is almost like playing Russian roulette. You never know just how tired I am coming in from driving around the city. Right now, that sun is at that perfect angle where it's just beating down on me. I feel like I'm burning up in the truck. Air conditioning's working. It's just the way the sun's hitting you, it just feels like you can't get relief even from the air. And the fact that it's a tin box, it doesn't help at all. But so some days I'm just so wiped out I don't even come back to the computer. So that's why I don't schedule anything during the week. And that's why it's so important, if you're new to the channel, hitting that follow button here on Twitch will let you know when we go live. Because there are days I'm just going to fire up and go. Last night was a good example. We fired up and flew a great flight for Millennium Aviation down in Africa. So, and it was a fun flight. That was fun. Not going to be able to do that as easy on the next one because it's 800 miles. But, you know, that's what I mean by, you know, you find out we're live, you'll get an email. On YouTube, you hit subscribe, you'll get an email when we post a video. Like this morning, you got an email saying, hey, new video out there, if you were subscribed. So yeah, if you're new to the channel on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you're watching us in the video on YouTube, hey, hit that subscribe. And just know that on Saturday mornings, for me at least, it's between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., which roughly the latter was 1300 Zulu. We're going to fire a stream up, or try to. There are things that come up. We did have an event we were really thinking about, but when I started thinking about how much it costs to get in, and it just didn't equate out right to me, so I chose not to go. So, but anyway, we're on our way, and seems like a long way to go and a short time to get there. Got about an hour and 40 minutes to go. So we'll just let some music kind of run through the background, what we can hear, may or may not hear, and just enjoy the ride. You know, that's what flight simming, that's what hobbies are supposed to be. Relaxation, not another job. Unless it is the job. It's putting food on your table and all. Okay, looking at the map here on VATS, instead of looking at it, let me pull it up. You can see that we've crossed into Albuquerque's airspace, of course offline. Then it's LAX and Burbank. Currently, those two are technically offline. I fully expect them up by the time we get there in about an hour, 30 minutes or so. So relax. Hey folks, the weekend's here. Take a breather. Put all that stress of the week behind you and relax. Enjoy flying with Mike. If you're new to the channel, hit that follow button. If you're new to us on YouTube, hit that subscribe. And all I can say is thank you. Thank you so much. All right, well, we're starting to at least see clouds. Now, we don't have any weather between here and there, so it's a nice, relatively smooth flight. Um, the weather would have been going straight north. There would have been some up by Oklahoma City, working its way towards Wichita. There's where you would have found it. But anyway, hey, we're on our way. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Flight Factor 757 freighter version service to Burbank, California. So enjoy the ride as we're beginning to get into the mountains out west here in the U.S. Hey, Sergeant Yash, welcome back. We've still got about an hour and 20 or so minutes to go. Currently, no ATC up on the West Coast aside from Los Angeles Airport. Oh, and Hawker 125's been hiding out there. Good job doing the moderating. Cleaning? Man of many talents. I know, don't let the missus hear that one. Anyway, we're on our way. Again, if you're new today to the stream, welcome. You caught us going from Fort Worth, Texas to Burbank, California in Flight Factors 757. Hopefully you'll enjoy. Let's see here. Let me do that. And there's some information if you're interested in the 757, how to get your paws upon it. But yeah, definitely got clouds out there. So definitely X-Plane's weather service appears to be working. But again, looking at several different sources, there's no weather. And it's summertime. There usually isn't, except maybe at night with storms and stuff. And boy, can they be kind of like that hurricane. I talked about it on the last stream that just went through Hawaii, dumping torrential rains and lots of flooding and lots of snow. Yeah, on the Big Island, they have a mountain that gets upwards to 10,000 feet. They got a good snow up there. Not sure it's a big enough pack to ski on, but yeah, they got snow. Got it all. And throw in a volcano erupting on the south end of the island. So Hawaii's had a interesting year to date. So watched a documentary there, Sergeant Yash. It was hilarious. This guy was biking up that mountain. Got to the top and was skiing. Got back on his bike. He says, where else can you ski in the morning and surf in the afternoon? Rode his bike back down and went surfing. I wish I could find it. I don't even remember what show I saw it on, what channel or anything. That one image of him going up Hawaii mountain to ski and then back down to surf. I'm like, now that's great. And you know it's not a long distance. I mean, California, that's possible in LA in the winter, but you got a pretty good distance to get to the beach. So, and that's winter time. Yeah, it isn't going to be doing that in the summer like it just did in Hawaii. And they are continuing to watch the tropics, so I guess that means there could be another one brewing. So while the Atlantic kind of remains on the quiet side right now, which, hey, I'm pretty sure people on the East Coast are going, thank goodness I don't want to deal with hurricanes this year. So I'm sure something will brew up eventually, but yeah, it's can get quite interesting in the desert. Watched a Facebook reel or something like that of the monsoonal thunderstorms that come through. And And one of the images, now in the Midwest, we would have said that's a tornado. Out there, it was probably a dust storm. And of course, at night makes it hard to tell. On top of heavy rain, on top of a lot of other stuff. I mean, I was like, that just sucks to get a mud storm. That's what that dust would turn into. Oh. But, you know, you live there. If those people that's lived out there most of their lives, that's nothing. But, yeah, the cool thing about the Atlantic in most areas, the hurricane center and hurricane hunters stay pretty much on top of what could. And if it really looks like it's about to brew up, out they go. And especially if it's going to be in a populated area. But so far this year, knock on wood, it has been pretty easy going, so to speak. I mean, we've had that one, Bertha, I think it was, did some stuff down in Texas, but other than that, it's been pretty lackluster hurricane season. Kind of the hurricane seasons before Katrina. You know, they were just kind of, there would be one or two that might come in pretty bad, mean, and ugly. But overall, it was, you know, generally, you know, your hit or miss kind of deal. Kind of like what you said. You don't know what's brewing until it actually is too late. And so far, it's been a pretty decent hurricane season. I remember years you could look in the area of Africa we were, and just see the storms coming across the intertropical convergence, and you just saw them getting ready to emerge, and they were already pinning which ones would be what. Not seeing that right now. So, all right, let's continue on. Now we're starting to get a pretty good cloud deck here. Now, with an averaged wind for this flight at, whoa, wrong page, hang on, 118, pretty much means we have a tailwind. But it's only 13 knots, so it's not like it's going to really increase our speeds. Let's take a look. I wish that one worked. I don't know how to make that work. Okay, let's see here. No, it's not showing what I wanted. Oh, I know where we can go. Hang on. Let's go to the progress page. Now, see, it's telling us to step climb. But looking at wind reports, I don't usually going west. I don't try to step climb except extremely long hauls. Let's go to the next page. Here we go. So we got a tailwind at 22 knots, truing out at 446. Thought it gave us a good over the ground speed too. Oh, there it is. And we're getting about 469. Okay, just kind of looking ahead, looking on the sim brief. Oh, you know what? Let me get down to the bottom with the winds. Folks, I'll be right back myself. Got a chore to finish up. Be right back. All right, I'm back too. All right. Kind of waiting on the laundry to buzz on me so I can get that done. At least the first round. And Sergeant Yesh is back too. Again, for those curious in the checklist, your PTU switch right there. Some of your other checks could be found here as well. Who'd have thought? And yes, the backup crew seats. And crew seats. If, you know, the few passengers they can fly. Let's see what we got back here. Hang on. Sure, I'm too slow. Do a government operation, Sergeant Yes says. Maybe like a SAM or something. Hey, I don't know. It's a lot that goes into that. And I personally only fly, and there isn't really a good one for X-Plane. There is one, just not really all that great, the C-130s. But there is the F-14, and there's some good fighters out there, don't get me wrong. The C-17s, I don't like. Many reasons. And I didn't like it in FSX either. Just way too much to go into on that plane to... Oh, y'all don't have Clippers C40s. Yeah, we do. Let me rephrase that. Yes, we do, and no, we don't. Yes, we have 737s with level up 700s, BBJs. I don't know if we have any version 2 compatible liveries yet for the Clippers. For the 730 or 757, we do have the C32. If you get the professional, hang on, I'm going to cheat here. professional extended version of the 757. So we do have some liveries, but I don't know if we have the C40 for the BBJ. Actually, I haven't looked for it, so I will try to. They always tend to lean to the 737-700, which really is what the BBJ is. With other modifications, yes. So I'm going to have to look to see if there is something out there, because I think Level Up, I'd have to check with someone, has the BBJ. Let me check. We'll start with the easiest. Level Up. Huh. Where'd all the... I'm not seeing the page I want here. Wonder where it went. I think they got rid of the official livery page. Arr. Oh well. We'll just have to... Huh, I'm gonna have to look at that. I've seen this, FMC type equal 1. I wonder what that... Oh well, I'm not finding what I'm looking for there. Alright, used to be where you could click type of aircraft. But anyway, yeah, they do have a C40. I fly it occasionally. It was for the level up version 1s. And so it's not 100% compatible with the new version 2 stuff. And you can see where the compatibility issues come into play. So, but anyway, let's get back into the flight, shall we? But yeah, the potential. Oh, Sam, I know what you're talking about now, Sergeant Yash. You're talking Sam as in the mission types, flying people around. Got it. It took me. I was thinking surface to air stuff and doing weasel runs. My bad, my bad. Like Sam's. Yeah, I've got the C-32 and we've actually flown it on stream once. The only thing that I don't like about Flight Factor are, you know, the timed window shades. If you watch the one and only C-32 I did, we were in the quarters area and the windows went down. I'm like, really? And it was right where I wanted the shot. And it's that way all the time on Flight Factor. I get it frustrates me with especially the 767. Now let's take a look here at the FMC. We need to go to cruise. We are nowhere near top of descent. Definitely plenty of fuel. Oh, wow, we're getting close to Phoenix. Flying just a bit north of it here shortly. We'll cross Checker. Wow. We're just kind of moving along here, folks. Oh, we're under an hour to Burbank. still not showing Los Angeles Center, which we would start seeing it by now. So, what the heck? But not that close. Well, we're well beyond the halfway point, I think. Maybe just getting... Yeah, we're past the halfway point. All right, I am going to begin with 50 minutes to figure out what runway I want to land on. To do that, I'll use charts, and I'll try not to forget to take it away. You can see where we are, Phoenix right here, and let me turn that off, and Burbank up in this area. Currently, we are set up for the ILS to a relatively short runway. Here's what it looks like. Now, we made mention of this. Burbank, I'm assuming somehow the FAA has grandfathered them. Longest runway is almost 7,000 feet, 15-33. But no, how Burbank... Oh, interesting. This construction area. I wonder if that's going to be that Amazon stuff I mentioned. But what makes Burbank kind of unique is right in here. Notice it looks like you're butting up against the runway, and technically you are. Yeah, it's a very unique thing. That's why the words call 10 minutes prior to pushback, so they can ensure you aren't going to impede the runway with an aircraft landing on it. Take a look at it on Google. It's very unique. Reminiscent kind of World War II, when you saw them scramble basically straight off from their parking stands off the runways and airborne. They're pretty close to that here. So I don't fly into here a lot, but that is just unique. All right, back to flight planning. I am coming in on runway 8. I'm going to go ahead and go for it. The runway is 5,800 feet long. And I'm going to set brakes probably pretty tight. All right, let's get up here to sim brief. We'll just do the quick down and dirty. Let's see what it says. Sim brief says I need 4,358 feet, 56 factored distance. I'm only going to have 100 feet left with brakes at max auto. What the heck setting is that? Oh, right here. Let's heat them up. Good morning, Desktop Pilot Society. Question for you. BBJ, is that in the level up live, or is that the 737-700? Something that came up. Oh, the BBJ is included. Okay. All right, so level up, it's included 36, 37, and oh, okay, all of it. Okay. Yeah, but are they the BBJs or are they the 600, 700, 800s, and 900s? Because the BBJ is based off the 700 and the BBJ2, 800 or 900. I can never get the two squared away on it. Okay, so the BBJ is. Didn't know there were that many. Because I know you, sir, like to fly them. The highfalutin types. All right, so we're going to keep us planned as is for runway 8. I'm not sure about Sergeant Yash, where he's going to go. 8 and okay, so 7, 8, and 900s. Okay. All right. Then the key will be, is there a livery for the C-40s for the BBJ version? Can land on runway 8, not a problem. Awesome. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Now my dryer is done. All right, we're back. And we are about 30 minutes, 35 minutes out. So I hope y'all are getting your predictions in. I saw Sergeant Yash a little bit earlier with his and mine. So enjoy. Still no Los Angeles Cinta or SoCal approach. But San Diego has come up. With a ground, at least. Are we just passing up Phoenix? Yep, we sure are. Ask and lo and behold, here they come. We do have a departure up now. We'll see if they encompass us. We'll find out. Does not appear so. They're staying away from Burbank. I'm sure they're going to incorporate. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Yep. Actually, it's a fun airport. Like I said, it's unique in the way you push back. You're well within the safety area of the runway. I mean, it's just amazing the waivers that they had to have given to this airport to keep it like it is. So, yeah, and I'm going to enjoy flying into it because where I plan to park, just for those interested, I'm going to plan coming down, what is that, Delta, not Delta 8, maybe Delta 8, but into the area past the FBO on the north side. So plenty of room to park the aircraft. One in one half, the other in the other half. And then the little corporate planes, yeah, go find a spot. Yeah, but like I said, there is an Amazon facility there on pretty close to either on property or very close to it. And it made me wonder if they are going to set up something with Amazon. Just speculating, folks, just speculating. All right, let's take a look at the Throne 4 here. We'll need to be down below 29,000 at Q-tip. And let's see, 13,000 by iron, 11,000 by brath. Those are two hard altitudes. 10,000 or 8,000 by anide. And okay, so basically circus at 10,000 like everyone else, 10,000 at Eddard, and Nanid at 8,000. Cool. Speed restriction wise, none to until Eddard. And there will be a 250. Like I said, I love Burbank. I'd actually like to find a flight into there just to see this and how it works. With what I've seen and read and learned over the years working at the airport, it'd be just fun to see. But when you pull it up on Google Earth, oh man, you can see where they're pushing right into the safety area of the runway. It's just like, wow. Obviously it works. We don't hear about them in the news a lot at all. Actually, not a lot. Not at all. As we track across the southwest desert country. Oh. Always helps to get the right key combination. Oh, and Albuquerque just came up. Oh, and I'm exiting. Stage left. Woohoo! You contacted them? Yeah, I just noticed they were up. Yeah, they've only been up 3 minutes, so. All right, there's Fred. as we begin the throne for arrival. Let's see where we stand on the descent. 41 miles. That's kind of what I thought. Let's get her going. Get her going. I'm going to plug 13,000. 21. We'll start there. Which means we have checklist items. All right. Okay, pressurization. Okay, descent, landing altitude set, ECAS, ATIS, nav, CDUs, VREF. Get that in a minute. And speed bugs, decision that we can set. Let's go. Looking at the ILS chart, we're looking at a decision height of 350 feet. Wait a minute, can I actually set this? Hang on. I sure can. 348 then. All right, we're set. And the ILS frequency will be 109. 50. Course will be 79. Okay. We are ready for top of descent now. Off to advisory, huh? Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have anything. As of yet, who knows? Center is probably going, we're not getting up until they're on the ground at Burbank. Let me check Elevatech. Curiosity abounds. 73 miles top of descent. Nope. All right, where do we stand right now? I think it's time to head over to the descent page, check our numbers, and hit descend now. Give us some. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh. Yeah, it would have been nice, but well, we still got to figure out if SoCal's going to come over and take over Burbank. All right. Well, I don't think Albuquerque would be ready for Los Angeles Center. As busy as it can get. Although they have some really, really good controllers in LA. nice, easygoing, you know, help you out where they can. Not all of them, but there are a couple. All right, I want to make sure we're... Okay, so we are now overfoiled and we are descending. Are we going to get below 29,000 in the next 13 miles? What? I got rain on the radar. We certainly do. I certainly don't see it out there unless that's just a snafu. Let's find out. So far, I don't see any signs of the rainmakers. That may not go out far enough. Okay, why'd you stop the descent? Okay, we plugged in 16,000 for Araya. And then I will put 13,000 in once we get there. Okay. Yachts. Oh, that's why. Yahtzee's actually 15,000. Okay, brakes. All right, here we go. Coming in. Due, gotta be above 21,000. All right, had to step away for a second. All right, we'll get on the ground here and reassess, but I got a feeling this will be the only stream of the day. But yeah, we still got time to have fun, folks. All right, we're crossing over some mountains here. Let me see how we're doing altitudinally. All right, we'll put the music on hold as we prepare for our arrival into Burbank. Okay, we're showing something out that way, but weather-wise, not a thing. So I don't know what Flight Factor is painting. All right, let's head on down to 13,000. Okay, seatbelts are on, lights are on. Okay, let's get the VREF set up here real quick. Okay, coming into 13,000. All right. You're going to cruise at 21 for a bit? Okay. I'm just flying the procedure, so got a few miles till we drop to 11 and then down to 10 for circus. Okay. Oh, barometric pressure. Oh, that would be a smart thing right now. I don't want it. 3,000. I think that's terrain weather, not weather. $18,700. Okay. That looks like Ontario up ahead of us. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is more terrain radar than weather. I'm gonna test something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's terrain. And if you look here, it says weather, and I don't have a terrain button. So I don't know how that happens. Okay, we're over Circus. Start slowing and slowing. Your weather radar says it's clean as it can get. Yeah, it should be. I mean, there's nothing here. All right, we're about to drop to 8,000. And nobody wants me to talk to them yet. Okay.
Roger, Delta 1222 will turn right behind the FedEx. I'll be slow down enough to give you speeds, sir. Bye-bye, traffic. Delta 1222 flying FedEx below us, and we'll turn for the Alice 8.
Traffic, 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 traffic.
under the traffic. That's especially key for the establish on the seat. Sorry, Mark, you're not talking on stream. I think you're muted from stream.
All right, well, I just realized I was muted. A lot going on all of a sudden here, so bear with me as we head for the parking right over in this area. I'm trying to figure out, yeah, we'll have to. So I think cargo used to park over here, but I'm going to make a stand over here. All right, welcome into Burbank. Trim set, flaps up, spoilers down, APU up and running. Bleed on. Wrong bleed. Engines idle cut off. All right, and stop. I don't know if I trust that. It's like 334 feet a minute, and I always have a hard time buying into that. Let me double check with the airline. Oh, where's the home button? There it is. Burbank. Logbook. $334 feet a minute. A little fast. Okay. All right. So everything got logged. That's always a good thing. Let's bring VATSIM in. First off, let's get everything. Oh, let's get that light off up front. Okay, here we go. All right, chalk, stairs, ACU, loader unit, and LSU. Open all. There we go. All right. Real quick as we go through this, I'm going to get rid of the overlay. There we go. Let's bring Elevatech in here. Okay. For the flight, there it was. Pretty decent. Let's get in here. All right, looks like we landed center line. That's always good. About, let's see, 1,000, 1,500, about 1,700 feet down the runway. Little fast, like I said. We should have been in the 120s, 322 feet a minute, but 1.15 Gs. By the way, there's that new area I mentioned. It's not here yet, obviously. Here, let me pop up. Oh, that's not going to work. So it's going to be pretty much right in here. Might be, well, kind of, sort of is. But anyway, that's that new area. Oh, you couldn't see it. Never mind. I'll quit doing these things. But anyway, we had a great flight, great time. Hey, folks, I have to cut short the stream today. Got to go. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And we'll be back as soon as we're able to hit another stream. And I hope y'all enjoy. Thank you for flying with Mike. And we'll catch you on the next time. Be kind to your neighbors. Be kind to everyone. God bless you all. We'll see you on the next flight. Sergeant Yash, I get it. Long flight. About 3.5 hours. Was a great time. You all have a wonderful weekend. And we'll catch you on the next flight.